Making hearts. Trying to make farts. I know you watch these later. Holy crap. Wow. I really did not eat today. Holy smokes. In a bit. Be back. This is theoretically the same kind of weed that I had yesterday that made me super happy and talkative. Oh, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. Cool, huh? Yeah, you might have caught that just before you were coming on. I talk to you anyway, like sometimes, like because I know you'll watch later from the beginning. So, but yeah, I was saying that theoretically, this is the same kind of hybrid that I had yesterday that really worked well on my mood and stuff. Like, sorry, I was kind of quiet later on at work. I was like worried because like I couldn't message you anymore from in YouTube search. It like yeah, I was trying to remove the old ones and it wouldn't even do that. Like yeah, you said it wasn't taking it. Like I punched it into the search like and hit enter like 5 times. I'm like, come on, keep the search. I don't know. It may need cleaned out or something because we used it so much to message. Let me see what shows up now. Okay, I see. I see what you said. I will think about it. We're not going to talk about it much, but yeah, that was the answer to my question. And even at that, I am proud of you that you will think about it. Because when you go in a place like that, there are social workers that are going around and helping each person, seeing if they need like um, help with legal paperwork kind of stuff. And I'm trying to get you in with somebody. Um, and I partially why I was quiet too is I was talking to Jolie for a long time, and she, like I said, is extremely supportive of us. For one, her brother is married to and lives in Ethiopia, and he married an Ethiopian and moved there. And she really, really, really has a great deal of respect for her brother for not taking the easy road. And Julie is, she just seems to be very supportive of international relationships. And she's a person who I don't know. I actually really feel like I like her right now. I mean, as a like the way that she is, as far as like I can't obviously be fit into conservative or liberal. Um, I'm a very strong conservative on a lot of issues, like abortion. I am very against abortion because that is the child's life, not the part of the mother's body. It's not. That's science. That's God. That's everything goes against that. It is completely unethical. Now, however, I believe in affordable adoption. And I think that the whole adoption system is so screwed up because it's so expensive and it doesn't have to be. Look at Moose Easy. He is taking care of 15 orphan children for no wage. In fact, he puts his wages into that. And he dwells with them in a Uh, it's good building material though, like block material. It's a nice sturdy building, that's for sure. It really is, you know. But there's no electricity. The children, he does what he can for headlamps and stuff like that. I wonder if he's getting the best prices on stuff. Like, because I wonder sometimes, what can I do to help? Like, can I mail? Maybe do an Amazon order, and he can meet the Amazon. He doesn't even have a home other than I put 100 Main Street, Jinja City, Uganda, you know, as his address because he doesn't have one. It's 100 Main. I actually had a flip out on him. And I told him, when this whole thing started, you were taking care of 12 children. And now you were taking care of 15, and things really ramped up with all of a sudden, you know, there's tuition costs that you're asking for, you know, about $500 for all those children to go to school for a semester, which is not very much for 15 children to, yeah. That's the magic of American money in Uganda. You know, is it any wonder that I realized that this is like part of God's big mission for our lives, and you have witnessed the strangest of things that night, and you stood by me. But you didn't just stand by me, you know. You know, I'm not making stuff up. That night, I was charged like the Energizer Bunny. You saw it happen. You saw my eyes change and voice change, and the Holy Spirit gripped me. It was the end of that prayer, a simple prayer. You and me, the chemistry is so intense that if I'm not in your presence, I'm capable of completely losing my mind. And so what you saw that night, what happened was I was filled with the Holy Spirit. Well, my question is what happens? What happens when our bodies are together and the Holy Spirit comes into both of us? Your heart is pure too. God help me. And I'm glad no one else is here right now. But these things have been building up in me all day. And I needed to tell you that that's how I know about your gift. Because I asked that question and he gave me the answer. He said you can heal people and raise the dead. There is one other person in this room. I'm in a very serious discussion with my girlfriend. She's tuned in also on my channel. And so she's watching me talk to her on the screen like it's a video call for on her end. That's what it's like. She can answer questions by signaling me with the like and the unlike button. Please don't touch. That is for Sydney only. But Welcome to this phenomenal journey that has been going on for the last year. Everything happened at once. The woman of my dreams that it was exactly to complete description asked for 3 months later. That filled me with so much emotion to be touched that way. I haven't been the same since. I am overcome with emotion. It's just that when I smoke, I allow myself to remember. I allow myself to remember what happened that night. My friend Rob, you know Rob, babe. He's the one I'm always teasing and everything. Like, hi, welcome to Wendy's. May I take your order? I'll do your spicy chicken nugget 10-piece. Jeez, I'll do your spicy chicken nuggets. Oh man, sounds like you're into scat, Rob. Like, shut up. Like, I didn't say it that loud, but I pretty much was like the devil in his left ear, like literally into his left ear. I'm like, Rob, that's really perverted, like, I'm like, you're disgusting. And then he's like, I'll do your large lemonade. Oh my gosh. Rob, you're into water sports. Oh my gosh, he was like ready to kill me. Yeah, that Rob. Okay. God loves him very much, and he's not yet saved. He's got a really good heart. He's actually non-emotional. Well, he displays them differently. He's very emotional. It gets expressed as a gaze. You just see him stare off. He's processing it, and then you think back to what was said, that set him off. And then I'm like, oh, he's pretty self-conscious about his weight. You've seen him, because he and Andre would pop on the screen. How did that all go really, really, really wrong? Andre was like happy for me for a while. I chewed him out immediately because I was staying at their place actually the morning that everything happened. And then I just flipped shit. I'm just like, why didn't you believe me that I have, like telepathic, like knowledge of. And I came down really hard on a lot of people that tried to be protective of my emotions. by trying to kind of give me the hint, move on, you know. Well, I became very bitter with those people, and I was even bitter with them. Why before the end of the 7 months. This is the good stuff, by the way. I don't know, like that other hybrid bag has yeah, they're all hybrid too, but it's no guarantee it's the same strain. This is the right strain for me, and I gotta know what it is. Like, it's really helping me. Because like I'm not going through any of this right now, like I'm just telling you about it, like what happened, what it was like, and I don't know, I have to tell you, because when it dwells inside too much, it can be overwhelming. You have to go through this kind of weirdness with me, you realize. This is part of what you've been signed up for. I say it because it was God's doing, our relationship. Our weirdness. That's a really important part of it too. It's hard to explain. But we both knew there was a lot more going on. What you thought happened to me, like, I don't really know for sure. That you didn't know I was coming for you gung ho. You see, the thing is, I don't think I could never have been with anyone because here's the thing. I have like this obsessive, and it chases most women away, and like I don't think I'm capable of like a relationship like other people are, because I need so much more, the depth that only you can give. I hope this is all okay. You can see what's been really on my mind. And I had a episode of this confession with my mother too, about that night, that I don't often talk about it, and I kind of almost act like it never happened, like, but the reality is, like, it did, and what it means. And Sydney, do you remember the one about the visits from angels, the one that was about like repeated patterns or like confirmations of I really have a lot of that going on, and it has to do with being intertwined eternally. Has a lot to do with that. So much confirmation that. So I was telling Raven about this song, Running Up That Hill, Made a Deal with God. And I told her about that song. She was smoking in the back of the trailer, like way in the very back. So I went back there to smoke with her and talk with her. So I told her about it. Her kids were out in the living room. They were watching the show. And in the show, as soon as I go to walk by, the words made a deal with God. And I go, oh my gosh, like her kids like they're like, JJ, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And then I gets that reaction, like Holy Spirit struck. You can't behave normally. Something's gonna, really like I don't know, you might feel a sensation of your entire body feeling it is vibrating, or all kinds of different things happen, and at that moment it doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing, who you're in front of. The our intimacy is extra special. There is healing in that for our bodies, rejuvenation. Complete whole body cleansing of everything that almost like we're like one of the best ways to look at it is it's kind of been laid out to me that before the return of Christ, all kinds of things are going to start happening that they're pretty crazy, okay? I don't know when. I really don't know when. But that we're kind of almost like one of the main power stations of operations. Had it been any more clear, our actions would show up in Revelation somewhere, and I'm not kidding. That we were made for something great, and before having the right fit, it really screwed me up in really understanding things, and then it became clear when you arrived. Um, I was weird around Karen, but I I pretty much dwelled in a fake world. I did. In that fake world, my uncle was actually my dad. I used to actually think that my dad's actually my uncle, and that there was a unexpected birth, and that my uncle was not fit really to be a dad, and that I was adopted into my parents' family. It's not true. It's not true. I made my ex think, and myself think, that so many issues were because my Uncle Joe was my dad, and that he looks so much like me. I think I showed him to you. Oh, this is Justin. Hello. Hey. Yeah. Oh God, no. Oh my God. And are you telling me? Wait, hold on one second. You telling me nobody cut your wires in the bus? Because
garage doors open, and I'm pretty sure that I don't remember you asking you to go in the garage or anything, but I know I was talking about the papers you may have. But I think I drove by here one day when I was going somewhere to check, just doing my normal drive-by, and I don't fucking remember the garage door open. I'm pretty sure I drove by and I would have seen it, and I even looked.
that makes no sense. Yeah, because when I left, like, yeah, there is no way that there was a garage door open. I don't even know which one, because you got kind of a lot of things going on there. I never paid too much attention, but I'm sure if the garage door was open, I would have.
Oh, you would have fucking known it, yeah.
And besides, you I think we met when I left. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that simple. You either open the garage door,
Nope.
up to go in there and look for papers, registration papers for the vehicles, or you.
Yeah, I never went in. Yeah, I never went in.
And it didn't open by itself. So I'm going to.
Oh, you have windows out right up top.
What's that?
You got. I'm reminding you got windows out up top.
In the house, yeah, but I'm talking about.
Oh shit! All right, I got to get a decent cord. he is like Job right now. Holy crap, he's getting sued by this girl and oh my gosh, and the things they like try to do, like, but he's so weird. That's the thing though. He's got cameras everywhere. Like, makes me feel a little awkward. Like, I know he's not gonna see anything, like, at all. Unless he has an issue to look at the footage. But the guy probably, bought his own mini Silicon Valley. This is my old classmate. It's crazy, He owns all these properties. He's a hoarder. The one down in Wellsville, Ohio, like, oh, I dread to go into that place. He's got this like totally like insane cat in there. And she is like, love me, love me, love me. I hate you. I'm gonna like bite your head off. Like, yeah, the cat's a total loon because the cat has a few times a year human contact, and I'm being serious. This is what is, oh gosh. And then his nosy neighbors, like, who are you? You're not that guy. And I'm like, relax. I was just like, I'm his friend and I'm the caretaker here, and there's not much I have to do with this property, but I have to pick up the mail and feed the cat. Oh shit. Oops. He's probably gonna have Humane Society notices on his door that I'm gonna be retrieving for him and taking to the castle at East Palestine, which is also hoarded. I don't even know how he accumulated this much stuff. Oh my gosh. I think you do have an idea of what a hoarder he is. You remember that night? The weekend that you came back when you were taking care of your grandmother, and yeah. Oh, it's so exciting to, like, I was sitting there in that U-Haul truck, and there you were. I was like, oh! No, I wasn't in the U-Haul truck yet. I was in the car, but I was like right about to get it. And yeah, the U-Haul truck, that was just for his room in the Ronald McDonald House. Like, I know Ronald McDonald Charities, but do you know what it really goes to? Like, what exactly they do? And a large portion of that, the answer is, well, the Ronald McDonald House, okay? And so that is a place for families to stay whose children are in children's hospital, and it's free. Yeah, it's a charity, a really good charity. But he got evicted from the Ronald McDonald House, okay? So I had to go bail him out, all right? And so, yeah, that was just what he had in his room arrangement there. About how many sport coats do you think that was? 50, 100, maybe. Yeah. So all these wardrobe boxes, my little wardrobe boxes, like, I feel nostalgic, like, thinking about that, because that was pretty fun, like talking to you that much, with just the messaging and me, giving you those talking clips, like yeah, good times. But yes, all right. It is time to call Job back here and see what happened with his garage door being wide open all of a sudden. Oh my gosh. The guy had broken windows from this past winter being like really brutally windy. We had some of the worst winds, which I commented on with my shingle work. My shingle work held up like no problem through the winter, and to see all the damage and destruction that the winds caused, and that the shingles are not even ruffled, like it's never a very good DIY or DIY or yeah. See, is that like dyslexia that I want to say like DYI, even though I don't know. I think that's why I think I'm like probably the mildest of dyslexics. Like, I'm on that range of, kind of a little detectable, but not majorly. Hey, so many things are like a spectrum, aren't they? Dyslexia can definitely. I mean, it can be really bad for some people, like where there's no way they're gonna be able to read at all. Like, no way. My parents called, and I had to kind of report to them, give them a update. So what I said pretty much is that I'm planning a definitive date of departure to go over and see you. Here's the thing. I would not want you to go into a like group home setting for too long. And that's the thing. When I come next month, I want to pay off that debt and then take out another loan from my parents and say, so I was good on that other loan, so may I please take out another interest-free loan, and the repayment is because I'll show my finances for what they are, and I really don't spend money. In fact, my parents were begging me to go out boating because they know that I'm kind of on the brink, of having like a breakdown, or an episode, like and not an event. I call those events. I don't know. It just feels right to call it an event. In the psychiatrist, of course, manic episode when I never had one. Like, and I had miracles happen. What are you gonna say, manic episode? How I miraculously found my glasses in the river, like because God showed me and told me to follow a leaf until I didn't see it anymore, and I didn't even know. I had it narrowed down to a stretch of river that was at least a quarter mile long, and I knew the water was about 5 feet deep. That's about it. Oh, and it was after some big islands, yeah. So after those islands, yeah, it was somewhere after those islands. That's not very specific, but God, He said they're right below your feet. Because when the leaf disappeared, he spoke to me in my mind and said, it's right below your feet now. And I go down. Honest to God, honey, I didn't really believe it until I put them on my face and realized the prescription was right. The chances of finding something down there, and you can't see underwater like in movies. It's not really that way at all. You can see your hand out in front of you well, but you double that distance, whatever sediment is in the water, you can see like half as well. And here's the thing, when the sun is out, you got good visibility. And then all of a sudden, when the sun goes beyond the clouds, you can't see nearly as well, So, I mean, you got these rapidly changing conditions. And I'll tell you that the river didn't have any pull to it at all there. I mean, it was deadpan still, So, it's not like that, but it's just like non-specific. Why was it non-specific? I'll tell you why. Because I was working for the rafting company. We were screwing around, like the guides and stuff. We would mess around. It's kind of chilly, and I was like, I'm not going in, And I put my glasses, I fold them up, and I put them on, it's like a D ring of the raft, but they were like kind of right there beside me. Well, all of a sudden, out of the blue, without warning, a guide grabs the back of my life jacket, and I go like, full like back somersault, and so we were splashing around, so that actually got me in the water, and so I was in the water for a while as we drifted, and drifted and drifted for about 5-10 minutes. We drifted. So here's the thing. I kind of had it. I had a memory of the incident, because when I went to get my glasses after when we were going to start to paddle downstream to have lunch, I realized my glasses are gone. Oh my gosh. Like my glasses, and here's the thing, the other guides knew. They knew I lost them and how I lost them. So when we went to start paddling, the announcement went around, and I didn't even think to ask, can a few of us go back up there and take a look? Because I would have felt like a fool. I'm not even kidding. They're gone. They all say, I was complaining to God after lunch. I'm like, I can't even afford glasses. God, what am I going to do? And he's like, I'll show you where your glasses are. get a bicycle and buy a swim mask, and you'll get them back. So I did it. And when I borrowed a bike from the rent, because they have bike rentals, the company that I worked for. So of course I could borrow one,
Hello, and thank you for calling. We're not able.
You trying to do something, babe? No. I don't even know why I got. There's no notification, and it goes. What? I picked it up. Come on. Pick it up. There's no place to pick it up. I had no opportunity to pick up the call. Come on. Why is this thing taking forever? Hey, yeah, it was ringing, and I had no opportunity to pick it up. Like, it was just like a blank screen, and it's ringing, like, and there's not even anything you can do with it.
I was making sure you were all right because you're like, oh shit.
Oh, that was the battery.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Geez, that might have sounded pretty bad, but yeah, that's very typical too.
Because I've heard that before, and I thought that you were at the house, but I've heard that before, and then it's somebody like getting into an accident. But with you, like the phone hung up immediately, so I'm like, well, if he got into an accident, it probably would still be on for a while.
Yeah, and you would hear something.
Yeah, that's true too.
But yeah, geez. Like, your place was peaceful and left alone for like a really long time, and then now just like this whole string of events and stuff, like, and they crazy women too, like.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think I talked to you about it, some of it, but we haven't even got to sit down and really have a long talk to where there's probably more going on than you even know about.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
And yeah, people won't just fucking leave me alone. That's the whole point. And so, I forget what I was going to say now, but I don't know if I told you about that tracking device or not.
Yeah. There was planted on your car. Highly illegal. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, there's some, I'm not even going to say right now, but there's something else that I got to make some phone calls and figure out what the fuck happened to. And then once I get this cleared up, I'll probably share that with you too. Somebody's playing a game.
I know with the tracking device, you did see the stalking too. I think you did say that.
Oh yeah, I got a fucking video of them putting it on there. Yeah, I don't know if I told you that or not. But
oh jeez.
Yeah, that's.
Oh man.
Yeah. So I know who's doing it and all that, but it's still, I just want to be left alone. And so this garage is fucking open, and so I still haven't made it over there yet because I got another fucking issue, which I didn't get to tell you this because it just happened. Is I've got that junk car, but I mean it's for all intents and purposes it seemed like a pretty good vehicle for what I have to do, use it, or what I'm going through now and what I had to pick up. And I was on the highway, and it always had a little bit of noise, not really like valve tapping, but something along the lines of that, but just not too loud. And I was on the highway, and it seemed like it was a little bit louder than usual, but still not like a knocking or anything, and not even like a full-blown valve noise, I don't think. And I got to the castle. I'm trying to take care of something real quick. I left it on. I'm in the car, And I don't know, after a few minutes, and mind you, this whole time it was happening, even when I had it parked here, it never even flirted with overheating. And then it abruptly shut off. And I'm like, oh my God, don't fucking tell me it just blew. Because I've been in that situation before too, where you think it's a fucking exhaust leak and it's in the motor and you end up fucking blowing your motor.
Oh, you know what? I almost heated my car yesterday because the thing is the thing slowly leaks, like coolant. And well, it was empty and I'm sitting in traffic and it's nearly 90 degrees, like, on Peach Street there. And I'm like, oh shit. And I was like, everything that, the way that I was driving, I was thinking about, about how to keep the car as cool as possible, on the rest of the drive home, which wasn't very far. But I saw that thing flirt with the red, zone, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, once it goes past normal, it fucking skyrockets to all the way over. So yeah, that sounds really scary.
That was scary.
And, after this happened, I took the tip started, and the starter engaged and it turned over. So, and I did that again just to make sure. So the motor's not seized, and I'm letting it cool down for now, even though it didn't overheat, or at least the gauge didn't say it overheated. And I guess I'll check the oil and go from there. But yeah, that's the last thing I fucking needed right now.
Well, you remember the the Pokey. It was the Chevy Cavalier that I rented from you until it died.
I thought that's what you were gonna say, but I don't remember you calling it that.
Yeah, we had a nice little arrangement with that thing because you had the Florida plate, and then it was a drunk, like total weirdo, like that was like, oh, he was like a psychopath, and he was in the tool room, and I'd always screw around with him. Did I ever tell you about that?
I don't think you did.
Oh, well, he freaking tried to choke me one day because I would screw with him really bad because he was always grumpy, but his grumpiness didn't feel very intimidating, so I really just could not help myself but like poke at him, and so there was a chain in front of the tool room. So in plastic molding world, the tool room, they fix the tools, they do the changeovers, okay, so with him in there and stuff, and the other guy, he always loved it whenever I would screw with him, so I had an audience, so I really went to town on him. But yeah, there was a chain in front of the tool room door, and I used to jump up because it was like 8-9 feet in the air, but good jump, and then you just hit that thing with your hand, get that thing going, and then it goes whoop, and then it goes to the door and it goes like up against the door. And then I was telling him, he's like, I was like, it's like the doorbell. I'm letting you know I'm coming, I hit the chain and chain hits the door. It's just like the doorbell, just letting you know I'm coming. But then they built this. It was called the mini molding floor, and in there, the wall was like paper thin between the mini molding floor and the tool room. And sometimes the mini molding floor had like presses running in there, and sometimes it didn't. But when it did have presses running, he thought it was too loud. They call him Goober. He just complained about everything. They're so loud. Like, we're going to have those presses running tonight. It's just run them in the day, you know? Like, well, so this paper thin wall, I'm like, oh, wow, the whole wall, like, vibrates, you know? Like, so, like, if you pound on the wall, it's like boom, 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 you know? Like, so I would do that, you know? Like, I was like the bad, like the gremlin, but they weren't like the gremlins yet, but they were kind of pretty mischievous, you know. Like, remember that one was like banging on the wall of the yeah, it was like that, you know. Oh, it would just drive him nuts. You'd hear him just erupt in the next room, you know. And so I then ducked into the mini molding floor after well, you know, after banging on the wall in there. I hid in there. So he just walks in, peeks his head, doesn't see me. He's like, where's he at? I'm gonna choke him out. Like, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, eventually he found me. And he did. He put his hands around my neck, and I put my chin down, and he's oh my gosh, spit. I could feel it hitting the back of my head. I mean, it was pretty terrifying. But yeah, he didn't get fired.
So what did he do with the car?
Well, here's the thing. The company owner said that he's like a caveman, so like I can't really fire him for it. He basically said, I realize this guy is like the intelligence level of like, and you know, like a chimpanzee, you know. But the chimpanzee's gonna do what the chimpanzee's gonna do. But the company owner, yeah, he was so mad at me for like, you know, like flaring him up. And I told him, I don't know. It was like this itch that it was like the way he came off to me, how he was all nasty and everything. It made me more comfortable, you know. And plus, it made the other guy in the room, you know, have a really good laugh, you know. It would make his day.
Oh man, I don't know what the fuck I'm guessing I'm gonna walk down to the hardware store should have oil, right? Like automotive oil.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll have it. Sorry, I have to get this what was it? Oh, what subject were we on right before?
Talking about your boy.
Oh, Goober. Okay. Oh yeah. Listen to this story. This is the most pitiful thing that you've ever heard in your entire life. Okay, so one of my fellow you know, one of my coworkers in you know, quality, Darnell, this girl, and she's not black, actually. She's like from Corey, Pennsylvania. Okay, believe that, Darnell.
Oh, that's her name. Oh, I got it. Wow, that sounds like a dude's name too.
Darnell Lindstrom. He sounds like he could be like on a football team.
Oh, I thought you said it was a female. Yeah, because that's a male name.
Yeah, because couldn't you see that as a black football player, Darnell Lindstrom? Oh yeah, you'd be like, oh yeah, that guy's like pretty much the you know, David Smith of John Smith, whatever, John Doe, whatever you want to like. I mean, that's about as Jamal Jackson. That's perfect. Yep. where these names really do come from.
Their parents.
Yeah, but see that is the only African thing about them. Those names may be.
I know what you're saying. I don't know. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just like, because they've always named them that way. They I don't know why the fuck they do that. They always put like raw shit in front of them. Yeah, and I don't know why.
Yeah, because they really claim to.
It's not African. I don't know if it's like they had some kind of French connection before, and that's why they put law in front of shit. I don't know.
But they claim to have some connection to it, you know. And like this one black girl that was, I mean, she was very dark, you know, like, and she was very beautiful, like not like the way that, you know what I'm saying, like the horrible things that some of these women, you know what I mean? Like she looked exotic, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But I didn't really catch it because she did not even have an accent at all. And then she said something about her big goal was to go back to Africa and build this hospital. And, you know, I'm like, oh, here we go. You know, like she thinks, oh, you should see that one black conservatives. Oh, you should see his video. His video is hilarious. And he talks about how he's like, I love fried chicken. He's like, you want to go to Africa here? He's like, you ever been to Africa? He's like, do you know how everything wants to kill you there? Like, and he's like, do you like fried chicken? He's like, is this looking good? He's like, because he's like, it is good. And, you know, he's like, man, he's like, I moved to Africa. He's like, closest thing I get is some kind of chicken. Bunch of dark meat. Oh, but yeah, he was hilarious. But I was like thinking this girl's like one of those. But no, it turned out she was from over there. I'm thinking Nigeria, maybe. But yeah, I didn't really catch her name anyway. It's like you're trying to take so much in. And like I have prosopagnosia so bad, you know. Well, actually not bad at all for prosopagnosia, but it is a condition that is at my mild level, you know, pretty life-changing. Being stranded in you know, at Station Square. Do you know anything about that story?
I don't think so, from what I heard.
Okay, so it was college. What do they call it? Oh, I don't know. It's pretty official though, but it's almost like project graduation where almost everybody does it, you know what I mean? Because it's like a pretty cool thing. And it was Gateway Clipper Fleet, you know. You know, who doesn't want to go on the meet and greet or whatever, you know what I mean? It was something like that, basically, you know. And the thing is, living with the condition at that time, I couldn't even pinpoint what was wrong with me. You know, like I saw so many get a date, you know, like, you know, on the dance floor, you know, and I was feeling really lonely that night, you know, like, and yeah, it was a pretty brutal experience for someone like me who just does, you know, doesn't at all fit in with other people, you know, as far as dating, what, you know what I'm saying? There was no chance in hell of anything for me, you know. But anyway, when I got like the whole bus ride and everything, I never looked at the driver at all, nor anyone on the bus. I was in a high state of anxiety, and yeah.
So college took you to
Pittsburgh. Yeah, so from the Beeve there, they bussed us in, and all the other Penn State campuses sent buses. It didn't matter if you were in like Penn State near Philly, you could get on that bus and go to the Gateway Clipper Fleet. Big night.
I don't remember that. They did that on routinely, or that just like that was and what was the occasion that they did that?
Well, David was the one who went to Penn State Beaver before me, so that was quite a few years before me. Would have been.
I don't even remember why because I forgot about off the top of my head that you went to Penn State
8 or 9 years before.
You switched up. Maybe that's what you always wanted to do was go to Edinburgh.
Yeah. Because Edinburgh is where I wanted to go straight to Edinburgh.
But is that your parents?
My parents.
That's the water or something? Yeah.
Yeah, they would not have it. So here I was,
Yeah, so you weren't staying out there, were you? You were still coming home every night.
I was, yeah. But of course, I wanted to give myself some freedom if I could figure it out, So I would purposely make that gap in my schedule. Do you remember that? I would purposely take a night class 1 day a week. So that would be my day of the week to get out, go fishing, go rafting, like wherever I wanted to go, because when you're in like Monaca there, you're pretty close to a lot of things, because the Connoquenessing Creek is only, I'm not going to be putting that much mileage on that car by driving there, I was always thinking stuff like that. Yep.
And that was the Oldsmobile.
Yeah. And because right away I started flapping my rebellious wings, like immediately. Didn't take me any time to get into trouble. Wanted to do maybe a little mud bogging, or something, and take it through the car wash with you or Chris or, Jimmy Shell, have some kind of adventure, go up on the hill, light a big bonfire and drink beer.
Did we have that car up there? We had at least one vehicle up there, and I remember it being something with a tailgate or a hatch because I remember we were sitting in the back and had stuff sitting on it. I don't remember offhand what vehicle that was though.
No. What really, see, this smell is like nostalgic to me now, but the smell of like burning motor oil, that would be a Shell car picking me up, because I used to hide between the barn and the bridge, like in the night, but I still, made sure I was like on the other side of the barn. And so I would have Jimmy Shell blink his lights, when he's like, as he's approaching, because I said, we need to make it as quiet as possible, where you basically barely even have to come to a stop, and then I'll just kind of pull the door, and then shut it further down the road, so we were real smooth about it, but you can always smell the Shell car by the smell of burning oil. I don't know. We had a lot of good times,
I was just telling somebody the other day, I don't recall offhand why I brought it up and who I was talking to, But I just brought up the other day about the infamous night where your mom comes down like a fucking SWAT team.
Oh, down to the log cabin. Yeah. Oh gosh. That was the most terrifying my mother's been in her in my entire experience of her, right there.
Well, to me it seems like she almost knew that's what you were going to do ahead of time, the way she came down there and how quickly it was.
Oh yeah, she drove the van down right through the field.
Yeah, like I said, she took me right home. She wasn't fucking around. And I don't know, like we were talking about it too, I guess she probably knew that we weren't going to be doing anything. It was just the fact that we were down there that she didn't fucking like, and that your dad probably reamed her out too.
I don't know if she even told him. She might have realized too that.
You think he might have slept? Yeah, then you would fucking wake up.
My mother really does not try to tell my dad a lot of things.
So it's possible that she was afraid that if he found out that she'd have to hear about it, so she was trying to intercept us before he even found out about it.
Yeah, and he's a pretty deep sleeper. He's a pretty deep sleeper. It's very believable that now she's like, I only have X amount of minutes to ream these two out, and I'm gonna make this quick. I'm gonna make it smooth. I'm gonna be swift, and she had her mind made up, and you're damn right. She must have known things where it maybe another night, saw a log cabin light on, even when I was by myself, sometimes I, go down there, because then I could be loud and tinker with whatever I wanted to,
Well, I'm glad you said something, because if I'm ever over there again, that could maybe get brought up in conversation, because it'd be like a laughable moment now, but if your dad never knew about it,
oh,
same thing.
Well, here's the thing. All she would have to do is say, Randy, how many times do I have to tell this story? And you act like it's the first time you've ever heard it. And then he'd be like, huh? What? And he'd be like, you're not saying my mind's slipping, are you? And then they get into a big fight about that. Like, she is so stealthy. Because my dad does forget a lot of shit.
Wow.
But here's the thing, though. It almost seems like it runs in the family, but my grandmother did, but it wasn't for that long when it got really severe, I mean, wow, it's like a miracle that she didn't suffer, you know what I'm saying? It was like she would get things mixed up for years, but it wasn't, it was kind of funny, like we thought, because there's a lot of people, who look back and say that,
You're talking about your dad now.
No, well, yeah, and I'm talking about my grandmother with Alzheimer's, and I never really knew.
Okay, so that's who you're talking about.
I never really knew, but the thing is, you can't. I was seeing my grandmother pretty often, you know what I mean? So there's no way that it could be hidden from, you know what I'm saying? Like, they hid a lot of things from me. Because my family, that's why I was the laughing stock, like whoever was the goofball, was gonna be like, oh, sit right here. You know what I'm saying? That, this person is going to really have a comedy show of me before everyone, they like an audience. You know what I mean? These people have that personality, that comedian, I was that person that they, wanted to grab. You know what I'm saying? You know it. Big time. Because that's the thing. I don't really break my personality much. So I'm kind of brutally honest and voluntary in detail. So that's why I'm kind of an easy target. Yeah, so in high school. See, here's the thing though. Once you get into adult life though, adults are responsible enough not to do that really. But looking back, on my elementary, middle school, and high school years in that school, I developed borderline personality disorder. I'm pretty sure now. Does that make sense? That trauma from school could... I used to throw up. I used to have such bad anxiety.
I'm not gonna say that that's not a possibility. It very well could be. What I want to know is, why no one diagnosed this prior, and then the person that did diagnose this, it doesn't even sound like you ever went through.
Well, here's the thing.
Actual full-blown evaluation. So that's what has.
I never had. Yeah, I haven't had a. Yeah.
And I would say, me knowing you, that I would agree with that. But from what I've seen of these women that have this shit, you do get a little hot sometimes, and I think it comes on, and I don't know if that's necessarily only that or something else, but I see that. So I would still be like, well, before you're calling yourself that, then maybe delve a little deeper into this, and maybe even another opinion.
Yeah.
I don't like. I think that you want to know, you want to learn more about yourself, and I get that, but I don't want to see you jump into something and it's like the worst case scenario. It might not even be found. So I don't want you to get relief saying that, I can call myself this, but then you actually might be selling yourself short in the foot,
Yeah, and there's the fact too that my mother said that I was odd from, from birth.
Well, the whole fucking family is. Why did she say that about you? Like, what example?
Oh, no. All the other ones were so quiet and reserved, and then there's me.
So you were different compared to them, but
way different.
They're fucking odd anyway from the outside person. Like Lisa, I didn't know Lisa.
Oh, I know they are.
But David, he's I like David, but he's strange when you look at.
He's autistic. He's autistic and controlled by my dad.
And then
my dad's a narcissist.
Jimmy is, higher functioning, but Jimmy's a little reserved, and just because you're reserved doesn't mean that you're a little strange. But Jimmy,
he's not. I don't think he's autistic, but I think David is quite highly autistic, actually.
Well, another thing that I think we touched on a little bit, but when we were kids, like David, we were kids, so we might not see it, but I was pretty in tune having conversations with David to where when I see him now, I'm like, I don't think it's like, we saw it differently as kids. I think David is like, can I say regressing a little bit?
Regressing into childhood.
Whatever, I don't know. You know more than me. It just seems like the shit that we're talking about as far as him being out there a little bit and maybe even more reserved, whether you want to call that like reverse.
Oh, there's some big secret.
Could. I just know that's what I've noticed.
Oh, listen, there's some big secret about David. That room, no one has ever found whatever it is, that treasure, you know. But there's something in his room.
Oh, you weren't talking like metaphorically. You mean there's literally something in his room?
Yeah.
But what do you mean? Like you're not hitting anything. Like what are you talking
His
about?
his secret.
He has a secret.
Well, there must be some reason that he's that defensive of that room.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This was,
I don't know about that.
This was a common occurrence. Listen to me though. This was a common occurrence at that time and in that area. Because let me tell you something. You know Stumpy, right?
I remember the name. I don't know what that is offhand.
Johnny. Stumpy from across the road.
Oh, yeah.
On the four-wheeler and all that. Yep. Okay, so one time we were having dinner and a movie, I think over there at the trailer across the road, so we were watching a movie. I had a pee, so I went walking back in the hallway in the trailer there, and it was very, very dark. And, so I'm kind of feeling doors and stuff, I open a door. There's darkness, and I'm kind of feeling around for a light, perhaps. But I kid you not, from me opening that door to the moment that I was tackled to the ground was like, it was like a split second. He did not want me in that room so bad. And this was the neighbor. Thing is, the isolation in that area, looking back on it, how weird a lot of people were. It's like they have like contaminated water or something. Seriously. Or is it like Fredericktown?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. So
what the hell's wrong with that place? Like, what is it?
Yeah, that's another conversation that we'll get into, because I told you I have a plan on getting back there and how I'm going to do it. And then if they confront me, I'm going to, we're going to be a little bit different than when we were kids. We're not going to be so submissive. Like, hey, we're in the fucking waterway. This is public land, etc. We're going to have our story. We're going to have the facts before we go down there. So with David, I remember when we would, when I would be over there, I remember you talking, and maybe even your mother or whatever, that David would always retreat to his room, that it fucking stunk in there really bad, and that he wouldn't let anybody in there. But Jimmy might even chimed in on this.
Yes.
And so that's all I really knew about it. And I guess, like, your mom had still went in there a couple times, right, to get clothes or something, and it really pissed him off.
Oh, yeah. And she complained about the smell, and like...
What's that?
And she complained about the smell, and like, yeah, geez, that was a big thing.
Yeah.
Looking back on it.
Yeah, so that's all information that I ever knew about it. So you're saying that, do you have updated information where it's the same, or like it's even like his like he won't, like, he never let, I don't think he ever really let your mother in there. She just went in there sometimes, but it's gotten to where he's more defensive of the room, you think?
Oh, well, there's some interesting facts about that. What's your question though?
Do you think it's the same, or has he become more defensive of his people near his room?
Oh gosh, it's hard to say, because with no like immature, like no young people running around, he probably feels pretty safe.
Well,
it's always been safe.
Like trying to sneak in saying even if your mom there, if it's any different.
He does his own laundry and all that. I think so, at least. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, but
he's so.
saying,
it might be so upsetting to him if my mother's routine was broken.
I don't know. I just remember
here's the thing, he's so stuck on that. And he always sits in the same place that he always had. He is so stuck.
Sits in what place?
At dinner. I'm saying any change would be like detrimental to him. I mean, you see, he's like twitchy, man. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, when something happens to one of my parents, you know, like.
Well, I mean, that's a good point because if he's autistic, like I think we both have we know certain things, but let's just say he's autistic. Then from my understanding, my limited understanding, that is a big deal, upsetting. If he's very habitual, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, regardless,
extremely.
Just him living there alone obviously tells you that he's not typical for him to be that age and living at home. So just that fact alone, when your parents aren't around,
he's gonna be setting the table for them, and
what's that?
He's gonna be setting the table for them and having all the conversations.
So
I'm not even kidding.
What's that?
I said I'm not even kidding.
So one of your parents dies, then it's just going to transition into where he has time, and somehow an adaptation will have to be made. What's going to be bad is if, say, your dad dies and then your mother dies.
I can see him traveling.
Later, and then he's going to be fucked.
Yeah.
But I'm sure. I mean, obviously, your sister would probably come in to help.
Yeah. Yeah, because that would help him a lot. And knowing her, she'd be like, "Can I have a 5-year sabbatical?" And they'd be like, "Sure."
What is she doing again?
Lockheed Martin. She is a senior engineer of defense systems. Yeah, she's like a lead senior engineer, like at freaking Lockheed Martin.
Defense contract. So she has how can I word that? She works in coordination with the government on contracts.
Yeah, but I mean, she had a presidential luncheon. Yeah, so she didn't really even talk about it that much, but yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy how much money they have and how much free time. Oh my gosh. I mean, just look at Facebook.
What's that?
Just look at Facebook.
Oh, that's right, because you said all the fucking vacations they're always on. Yeah, like.
Oh my gosh.
They fucking take a week vacation every month at least. Yeah.
I know. It's like, what the hell is she into? You know? And here's the thing. There is actually a very, 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 very bitter, like, bitterness between myself and her, actually.
I don't. You just got a rift between everybody. I didn't know you and her weren't getting along.
Well, the thing is, I'm like a conspiracy theorist and stuff, you know? And she works in like very high level. And like one time I wore a flat earth shirt on purpose, you know, when she was at the kitchen table and I took a seat, you know, on the old stool there, you know. And she took one look, squinted to take a really good look, and then she like whipped her head like away like really quickly. And when she was talking to me, she was practically turned the other way throughout the entire rest of the conversation.
What's her last name?
It's Roberts. Lisa Roberts. It'll come up pretty easily, I think. Yeah, you'll see her in a bikini in the Bahamas or something.
I don't see anything offhand. She must have changed the picture or something because I don't. At least, here, let me put see all to where more comes up.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing too. Like, Lisa always tried to discredit my kind of what do you want to say? Like,
what's the city?
That she's in is it could be Elverson or but Elverson was the address before. Now this one, Exton, try that, but
I see her and Josh. I found it.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was gonna say that should.
And it's her and Josh.
Oh, it says Philadelphia.
2 boys at graduation. Yeah.
It just says Philadelphia. That's weird.
Well, that's what I typed in, and it came right up. Yeah, it does. It says lives in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the actual site too.
Wow.
But yeah, it's definitely her and Josh. I met him before too. I haven't seen him in years, and yeah, he's definitely fucking not how I remember, obviously. But yeah, it's probably been over 20 fucking years.
Look at his hair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He didn't. That 20 years though, some people age better than others. He didn't. But hey, maybe that's putting up with his sister.
Here's the thing. He really, I will tell you what, he would score a 100% for effort. And you know, that is in that he takes care of himself. He exercises like really he's actually a really good runner still. But yeah, he's very active. But he's always been kind of sickly, and he has really bad allergies, food allergies, and he's allergic to like everything. You know what I mean? He's like that. He was that kid. You know what I'm saying?
What does he do?
He is some kind of banker. I never hear much about his job at all. But I take it that it did have to do with like home loans or something. But yeah, it was a pretty good job. It seemed like, you know.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, at worst. All right, dude. I guess I'm gonna fucking go out here and chuck the oil. It should be pretty cool now, or cool down more. And yeah, if it's fucking empty, I'm gonna take that as a good sign, and maybe it has some kind of sensor and it shut off. So then I'm gonna walk down to the hardware store. Hopefully, I have some oil, and then I'm gonna limp it over to Chippewa to get the oil change. That's hopefully. If not, I'm fucked, because I don't think what I just witnessed today that I would benefit me from starting it up and trying to take it down the road. Otherwise.
Yeah. But yeah, you never knew that about like Lisa and I?
No, I think maybe you said something to the effect you never really got into, but the flatter. You might even said that, I don't know, but maybe not that detailed. You just got now. That's because.
And this goes way back, okay? So Karen and I, our wedding, her gift was pretty nice silverware. But I mean, it was like a really warm day, December 16th, and it was in like Confluence, the wedding. And I mean, it was sunshine and like 73 degrees. I kid you not. But, so anyway, the car window was like open. So like, I think it was just like cracked open. So what did she do with the wedding gift? Which is a bunch of used but good silverware, but it's used silverware. Dumps it in the car, and it was in like probably like a gallon Ziploc, something like that. And it just went like everywhere. So there was very little in the bag, like the way we discovered it. And the silverware was just like everywhere, all over the floor.
So that can be explained away, but what I want to know is why the fuck was it used?
Oh, because she wasn't gonna buy anything for our wedding.
Yeah, that was her being spiteful.
Yep. There's always been that.
Right. So my next question is why? Why do you think she was being catty?
Well, I don't know what it would have stemmed from that far back, but I think even just my way of thinking made her uncomfortable.
She probably didn't know. Yeah, but what I'm saying is anything to do with Karen and the wedding. So I don't know if she even fucking knew what Karen. I know your parents didn't like her. So did your parents influence her to where she just didn't approve because of them, and then that's why she did that?
Wait, hang on a second. I'm gonna try to find this vape fluid I've been.
That's all right, man. I gotta fucking check this out and see where I'm at. So I'll give you a call later and let you know what I found out.
Okay, yeah. All right, bye.
Turn that off, would you, Bobby? You smell that clean air? I just smell manure. No, it's different up here. Good things happen when you get out of the city. I get shot every time I leave New York. It's an exaggeration. Think I'll run and Cap Ferrell? Shot. Go Gone Ceramics and Marquesas? Shot. That time in Jackson Hole with the wife? Also shot. But Jackson was our biggest support. Still counts. Never noticed that pattern before. Bobby, pull over. I think my mind is playing tricks. I know you ain't superstitious like me, boss, but I find this very serendipitous. Maybe fate's telling you need a partner. The job is going to be a real juicy. Get her as far away from here as possible. I don't care if you have to drive her to Atlantis. Keep her away from that seance. I need a boat to take her to Atlantis, boss.
Hi, Holly. What are you doing here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Oh, you know me. Always popping up in the wrong place.
You know you need a ticket, right? The Never Dies don't just let anyone in.
Want to go together?
Sounds good.
It's good to see you, Ollie.
And it's disturbing to see you. You're still changing. Look,
fraction from 1 and 9, creating persistent inadvertent harmonies.
Inverse self-reflections are present. Present in both. Most fascinating.
Every time I separate them, they just find their way back together.
They're sticky. It's reminiscent of iteration 41.
It has to be hardware. We should examine the IA spindle. Get there. And there. Just a little scoring. Maybe something inside the F housing. But it's impossible to tell when we're still running. Do you want to order a full reset?
No. Muramoto was too conservative when it came to these anomalies.
Well, then we'll push through. I'll try to manage it manually.
Data tank between 1 and 9 is uncomfortable, but manageable. I'll pull the direct 9 out early to unravel any globular weaving. Do your best to uncouple them. I'll do the repairs right before we run the evens.
Yes, sir.
Azumi. We've shared intimacies. You don't have to call me sir.
Second, please. Lady Neverdeen welcomes you to the full moon seance, Sir Hightower.
May I take your counsel? Seance hasn't changed.
Do you think Arthur came over here?
I want to be something a fan of Cervantes as we are. I'm sorry.
Stop being so obvious.
Do you know what they thought I was meant to be old days, Holly?
Hello, Lydia.
They're the moon incarnate. They lead us someplace safe. Every time.
This seance brought out all the usual suspects, too.
I only see one. And I'm hoping he'll take me under his wing. Show me the ropes.
Tonight, King. I work alone.
You always gonna fly solo, Ollie?
You say magic, of course. So I made him a bet. I bet that I would do a trick and he couldn't figure it out. And if I lost, I would give up magic forever. And if you won? He would give me his peerage. You see, I wanted his sir. And I got it. I performed a trick.
Oh, come on.
And he was unable to crack it. And now I am Sir Ollie, if you can imagine.
You can't just give away a title like that.
Well, sure you can.
But what was the trick, Ollie?
Come on, show it to us. Yeah, I'll demonstrate our fair butler here. Good sir, may I have a moment of your time?
I need to prepare for the great illumination.
Oh, come here. It's just 1 minute. Just right here. Come on. All right. You name a card, and it will appear on the very top of this thing.
Any card.
Any card.
9 of hearts.
9 of hearts. Presto changer. Oh, fantastic.
Amazing.
If you'll excuse me.
You've done just fine. And if you'll excuse me one moment.
You know that Peach is bad news, Ollie.
Oh, no. She's just quiet.
What does that mean?
Sudden change and destruction will lead to your liberation.
For his own sake, Bobby better be lying dead in a ditch somewhere.
He's not.
How'd you trick him into bringing you back, huh?
I didn't. It's just very hard to say no to me.
Why don't we just lay our cards on the table? What's that?
You have to pay up for a bad joke.
You're here to still lost 53rd chapter of Don Quixote. Just like me and half these lunatics at this seance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Attention, fellow Never Dies, and those who are with us. Do you feel something in the room? Do you feel something vibrating among us?
Competency protocol hasn't been triggered. Right now.
It hasn't.
It's got to actively participate.
What's the problem?
She's put herself in.
Who?
Tonight is a special night. May I present the first Never Die, Gertie Neverdeen, a true goddess of Luna.
Oh, there's the queen. Come on, introduce you.
There's some things I haven't told you. Things I wasn't fully aware of before I brought you back. I think we have a serious problem. I think our computer is horribly depressed. And might be behaving unpredictably.
You're both great admirers.
Yes, I sensed it. Harley Kane, I know all about you. I heard you two were separated.
We were. No longer. Let me get you a drink. Excuse me.
Oh, this is Robert. Hello. What's wrong with him? It's so hard to keep those we've lost in our lives. Don't you agree? You must excuse me. Okay. Gotcha. Any lost chapter?
You and your zapping around.
Why do you keep trying to ditch me, Ollie?
Because you were on my continent. No more jokes, Arlie. Go back to Paris. I'm working.
You still drink gimlets?
You still poison her?
How we poison the one? What should we just her?
How about the night my wife stole everything I have, slipped me and Mickey, disappeared, and I woke up with the cops and 3 years in the clinic?
I heard you pled guilty to that sister Wendy job.
Yeah, quit doing that.
So what happened to this dame that betrayed you?
Rumor has it she ran off with another woman.
Sounds like she might have had some sort of condition.
She did. She always disappeared just when you needed her the most.
Two mistakes then. You hear what I heard? About what the lost chapter can do?
No, and I don't care.
1615, Cervantes writes the final chapter to his masterpiece. So powerful that anyone who reads it is lost in their own fantasies. Forever. He shows it to a friend who slips into a coma. Same with a neighbor. Never comes out. They live in their own dream worlds until they die.
Sounds swell.
Cervantes thought the opposite. He said being lost like that was a fate worse than death.
For someone who didn't come here for the lost chapter, you seem to have thought a lot about the lost chapter.
Don't be dense, Ollie. I'm not here for some score.
But wouldn't you know, the lost chapter is hidden somewhere in this mansion.
I'm here to help you.
Goodbye, Arlie.
You don't know where it is, do you? Because I do. It's through a mirror.
Who gave you that information?
Some wise old crone in an alleyway in Barcelona. What does it matter to you?
Because you lie. Constantly, that's why.
So what was your plan, then, Ollie? To snoop from room to room until you happened upon it next September?
Even if you knew where it was, she'd have it in a safe. And you can't crack a safe without me.
Well, I'm here to help you. So for old time's sake, Mr. Magic Fingers, how about I do intel and you crack the safe? We can't help but do what we've always done.
Do I have a choice in the matter?
No.
9:05. Time for the main event.
Do not make me regret trusting.
I'll never betray you again.
Wait till I see.
Oh, joyous celestial goddess. Now is the time for your energy to flow through us and pour life back into Our Lady's beloved.
Tonight we speak to Juno. Tonight we speak to Diana. And tonight her life brings life to us. Luna Goddess, who will be tonight's astral nodes? Oh. Them, I think. Those two. Us? What the hell am I supposed to do? The moon will tell you.
We have reached maximum illumination.
Playing our song?
Trying to stick yourselves together. Oh, she's gone to the astral plane. Oh, it's working. It's working. Who wants to join her? Another dancer? You? Now?
Tell me the whole story again.
Until that time,
turtles. So they could force on a wolf. Yeah. They were going to their grandmother's house, but they didn't read the sign, so they got lost. Couldn't really find their way home until they read one of the signs. It said, "Don't go this way."
Good evening, fellas. Evening. You can wait for my signal.
Good gravy. Help me down. Beer's right there.
You're not supposed to be here.
There's another way. Come on.
Sir Ali. So, I talked to a retrocognitive. Turns out Jed and I were twins in the womb. Except he strangled me with the umbilical cord. Don't worry about that. That was ectoplasm. Go back to your quest. Gertie's nuts. I'm gonna stick around here a little bit.
Matches.
What is this?
The old crone said this mirror would take me exactly where I wanted to be. I don't know where to go from here.
Do you know what they thought owls meant in the old days? Finally. Something that makes sense.
How long is this going to take? This place gives me the blues.
Hang on, Leo. Seeing we're both inside a mirror and all. Do you ever think your condition is a lot simpler than you think? Maybe you're the one with a broken heart, not me. Pretending I'm the one who's devastated. It's the way that you make yourself feel stronger. Make me feel smaller.
Sure. And maybe you like being the martyr a little too much. And you thought that sir would fix you, but it hasn't fixed anything.
Guess what is wrong?
Why is it so tiny?
People were a lot smaller back then. My problem is I let you get too close. Like poison. There she is. Subject 9, your experience of the pink pill is complete.
Where's Ollie?
What you're about to experience is the proximity test. It's a cross-check of the data that we've gleaned. Helps the GRTA render reflections for the final pill. I'm a friend. And this is normal. By the way, I was sorry to hear about your sister being crushed and then burned to death in that car accident. So, your score goes up or down depending on the consistency between your answers and what we've observed. The scale is from 0 to 10. Anything below a 9.2 results in the termination of your experience at the trial due to a lack of progress.
So lack of progress with what?
The dissolution of your defense mechanisms.
Okay.
Consider this just me verifying that your data is usable. All you have to do is give an honest account of your experience. So let's start by saying your name for a baseline.
Annie Landsberg.
And are you survived by any other relatives?
Just my dad, Hank Landsberg.
Your mother's deceased.
I don't know.
Do you know where you are right now?
I'm in a pharma trial.
Considering you've been abusing the A pill for some time, I'd like you to tell me about your experiences with the B pill.
I had what felt like 100 dreams all on top of each other.
I call them reflections. Neurochemically, they're very similar, but so is psychosis. How many experiences do you think you had?
I remember 2 well, but never mind.
It's a globular cluster of arborized realities.
There are realities that matter more than mine.
Describe your reality.
My reality is that I am depressed. And I have been for a very long time.
Let's try and focus on your reflections.
In one, I was Linda from Long Island. You could smell her perm. She was a nurse and a mother and a wife, which is the opposite of anything I've ever wanted. And then I was Arlie.
I had a
She
feeling
was
you'd come back
thief
soon.
and
Watching the show a little bit, and I think I'm going to get some painting done during the cooler hours outside. It is quite nice. But yeah, it'll be even a little bit nicer in a little bit here. I'm watching my show Maniac. It's about like a pharmaceutical experimentation that's like really, really crazy. Like, yeah, it's like really messed up. what they're putting these people through and stuff. But yeah, it's a really good show. I just opened up the window. Get some fresh air. Yeah, I think it'll be good for painting. Gotta get it, just get a little bit done, you know. Other goals. I still have to do all my banking. Gosh, it's 4:10 on a Friday, and I haven't done my banking yet. But yeah, Julie and I, our conversation about you is, and a conversation about weed too, because I knew she was very pro weed, you know, like, and I was talking about how it relaxes me. But it's hard not to seek out that relaxation as soon as I get home, and then getting things done is becomes so much more tedious, and then it's like I stress myself out over it, and, you know. No, but you know, I don't really have anything planned for this weekend. The car almost overheated yesterday, you know. Yeah, so a few things to do is we really need to get more coolant, because it, like I said, it leaks slowly or whatever. I think it was when I was on the phone with Justin and you were listening, that was talking about a car that he rented to me. It had a steady rate of coolant loss, and I forget what the problem was, but like, shit, in the wintertime, you just didn't run any coolant. You just kept an eye on the temperature. Yeah, because if you were running the car, like if you were like on a 4 lane and then you park, and leave the car running in the wintertime, like, yeah, the temperature might start to get up there. Depends on just how cold it is out. But in the coldest of temperatures, there's no way in hell your car is going to overheat. So yeah, you can actually run it without coolant in the wintertime. That's how desperate, like I was when I started my working career. Oh, a lot of people have stories about like they always say college, but I don't know, my parents, they paid for it until my last semester, and I wanted to marry Karen, and they didn't approve of Karen. Karen was the only one that didn't run away. Um, for one. Two, we seem to have everything in common as far as like idealisms and philosophies. You know, thought maybe we could make it work on that. And I did find her attractive, and I mean, I wasn't like, I was attracted to her. Honest to God, I never really had a relationship where I was real, and it's like I've been silenced for so long, like. But it's strange how like I don't like to talk about, like, call it fate, at all, but like how I told you that we would kind of tell our story to a lot of people. You remember me telling you, like, and then look, I'm forced to tell my story to the world, and there's nobody here now. But yeah, I'll just say, the number of subscribers is growing so fast that it's hard to say what kind of, you know who might be paying attention, or you know I had a story to tell that was so fantastic, but the thing is, I was so, like, when I posted that GoFundMe, I mean, I was at the height of, oh my gosh, this is so amazing, this love is radiating, and you know there's no way people don't see this. You remember when I was in the Imagination, I had an absolute, like, crying meltdown. That guy was weirded out by me. The thing is, it's like when the emotions are that strong. Yeah, and the story I told in the GoFundMe was kind of uncouth with a lot of people. Plug this thing in, it's dead. Okay. If I could say, this might be a comforting thing for you, but Julie did say to me, she's like, kind of like, yeah, well, the police can do wellness visits, you know, and that's, you know, like what they did, you know. But she said, I don't think that's the best route, you know, is what she told me. Do you have a doctor that may advocate for you? Because picking up that phone and calling your doctor may be the answer. And that depends on your relationship with your doctor, and only you can answer that. I don't know it. Okay. But Julie suggested that perhaps your doctor, whoever that may be able to open basically the legal paperwork of you and advocate for you. I would say it wouldn't hurt to make that phone call if you feel like you can trust your doctor to be completely confidential between you and your mother. And, you know, only you can answer that question too. You know, I don't know if you have a doctor like that or not. Whether it's your mother's doctor, because if it's not your mother's doctor, that's great. And I think that your doctor, yeah, it would be a phone call worth making. You know, like, I hope that it's not your mother's doctor and that you have had this doctor for a long time and that you've spent some time with them. Because that is a good linkage there to what we're looking for. Because right now, you and I are both fed up. The police, I think maybe I don't know. They'll get their information. I don't know what that means because yeah. Okay, we're not going to park there. Hold on a second here. Just looking to see what is up. Canandaigua. Wow, it's increasing again. Kind of would be a nice place to get out boating because there's good Wi-Fi signal there and stuff. And I would take frequent breaks to like stream. Yeah, this is a dam that is releasing in New York State, about 3.5 hours away, and it's a neat stream, like, because it really is a stream and it really is dam control, like, totally. And when there's been enough rainfall into the basin, they let it out, and it's called the Canandaigua Outlet. It's kind of like it's a stream, it's a river, it's a lake, it's a what? It's weird because the width varies so much, but it's like fascinating. It's a waterway that's not really like like others, I don't know. It's just there's all these nice places to surf. Then I could live stream that, like me surfing in a wave. That'd be exciting. However, I don't know when they're going to shut the water off. Like, they literally shut it off. It's like on, and then it's like off. And when it's off, it is like 1/10 the amount of water. I mean, it's like bone dry. Done. And that happens in a matter of like an hour. And you don't know when that's going to be. So you could be driving there and they could suddenly cut the dam off. You know, if they have achieved the Finger Lake level for Canandaigua Lake, a huge lake. And to be able to run that stream in July too is really something, because it usually gets pretty dry. You know, when you get into summer. Well, it was extremely dry. And now it's like a monsoon. Like, now it's actually clear blue skies with no smoke and cool. You know, like that was definitely a cool, cold front, that rain that we got yesterday. I wonder if, like, after a while after the cold front, if the smoke will start coming in. But yeah, there's like no sign of smoke. You can't smell it. It's weird. I mean, it is so thick, but you don't smell it. You know, not now, of course. Like I said, it's clear blue sky, and it's actually, it feels very pleasant out. So I shall get to painting after I watch the last 10 minutes of this show, and just keep it on as much as you can. Let me know when you're in and out, because yeah, want to know when we can have a talk. And I'll keep peeking while I'm painting.
An artist.
Con artist is a liar. Why are you a liar?
She. I think people lie because they're afraid, and she was afraid, and she didn't want anyone to see that.
Did anyone?
Owen. He did. He saw me. He saw her. Them.
Subject 1. Describe his presence.
We were connected in all of them. With Linda, it was the kind of connection where you meet in 7th grade, and then you look up, and 20 years later, he's still there, holding your hand while you have a baby.
Do you remember whole lives together?
Yes. Did Bill do that?
It wasn't designed to. Why do you think you experienced so many of these lives with him?
He said there was a pattern, and that we were connected to each other somehow. I mean, I thought he was crazy. So I told him there is no pattern, there's just chaos.
Let me ask it in a different way. Why do you think you found yourself trying to deliver a lemur? Mr. Milgram's presence notwithstanding.
The woman in that dream was Paula Naslund, the mother of the person that killed my sister. My real sister in this life. And sometimes I fantasize about if Greg Naslund had never been born.
And when you were a thief? How do you explain that reflection?
I had a goal. I needed to get something. And it didn't seem to matter who I hurt.
Is that a behavior you share in life?
No.
Is that a behavior you've seen exhibited in a parental figure?
Is this therapy now? I thought this was supposed to be better than that.
It's not therapy. Did you enter this trial in lieu of
Water. Get yours too.
harming yourself?
No. Why did the number not change? That's true.
Are you suicidal?
Arlie is like my mother. She could charm anyone. She would make deals with people. She would say things to me like, "This is just between you and me, Annie. You're the only one who understands." That's how she would get you. And then she knew that you gave a shit, and so your guard was down and she would gut you. Okay? How's that?
It disturbs you, this idea of behaving in the same way that your mother behaves.
Yes.
Did you and your sister make any of these special deals? Similar to the ones that you and your mother had made?
No. Ours were different.
How?
Ours was a pact. I took care of her when we were little. And she took care of me when we grew up.
Is she diagnostic? Someone we think surely to put it to you.
What's your report?
Your security leaves something to be desired. Expect a bill first thing.
It doesn't work, you know. The chapter. I already tried.
Every mistake I've ever made started with "it's too good to be true."
So what do you say, Ollie? Partnership. Told you where the safe was. That's gotta be where the stuff then, right?
Thanks for that. I don't do partners.
What would you have wished for? That chapter had worked.
I keep my fantasies to myself.
Maybe I'll see you again sometime soon.
Got some explaining to do.
You want to turn it off? Bobby? Only her shoulder. I'm trying to motivate myself to get in there. Haven't been able to move. She really wanted to come to the party. You and her reconnect at least.
No, didn't work out. She had too much else on her mind.
She got Mr. Dulles.
You know what, Bobby? Life is simple as hell until you bring on a partner.
Welcome back, subjects. Welcome back.
I haven't really eaten much at all, like all day. I literally just had um, my waffles and sausage, and then about midway through my shift, I ate that muffin. Yeah, that was actually that was time of first break. The one that's just like 10 minutes, um, which is before the meeting, but there's not a meeting on Fridays. So I kind of took a late lunch. Actually, my come to think of it, or late break. But come to think of it, my parents called, yeah, and they wanted a progress report basically, and I kind of said I didn't call back because I don't really have too much to report, but I reported with yeah. But I am coming next month, so no matter what's going on, so yeah. But I don't think that your mother's going to let you back in that house if you see me. And yeah, so I'm thinking that it would be better to crack that before to basically confront the situation head on instead of letting it it'll be less traumatic, and that's why I'm trying to guide you into a good plan, a good exit plan. And I say, and I get very stern sometimes because what I know needs to happen, um, I just try to really, really, really encourage you to see it through, and hold that love and let that love drive you, even if it's crazy, you know. That's the reality. You're entitled to help, as far as like someone who can be a caseworker for you, basically, for at no cost. That's what I'm trying to get you that, so that they can get you all squared away. That's all I'm trying to do. And get you into that situation in the easiest way possible. And I know that, because I did see that message that you may have some ideas, and so I need to let you fly with them. But I got to tell you that I'm afraid of it not being a high priority to you, but that is so important, because that's what causes us to yeah, because I'm trying to get us together. That's what I'm working so hard on. Oops, to the point where I may be having some issues because my appetite's not there, and I don't know why. But yeah, that whole point was that, my usual breakfast, I ate that, and I ate my muffin at, like somewhere around 9:30 in the morning, and it is now 4:40 in the afternoon, and I don't really feel hungry. Like, my stomach doesn't feel upset. I don't feel like I'm coming down with anything. I'm just like, I almost feel like I'm in a natural fast or something. I thank you for the hearts. Not sure if you're able to do that, hon. Sydney, would you do the hearts if you can now? That was weird. The screen did something weird now. Did you see that? I don't know. It's like, I'm not really hungry. I mean, I feel like I could eat. And that's the thing. That's kind of how I know I'm not, like, I really don't think I'm sick. And plus, I seem to be responding normally to the temperatures expected, like outside, like what the temperature is in this house right now. I am comfortable at quite warm temperatures. Like, I'm not sweating at all. Most people would be like dying in this house, and I don't run the AC because I'm saving up money. And I feel fine. If I'm not sweating, why would I run it? I mean, it's not like I'm suffering to, keep my bills low for money for us. But I'll tell you now that if I was just going on lollygag through life right now, yeah, I probably wouldn't really care as much as I do. In fact, I know I wouldn't. I'd be like, oh, I want it comfortable when I come in the door. Whatever you want to do. Like, do you want to get Alexa? Do you know? And I was thinking, what would be good and healthy for you is that I think that either a job or volunteer work about 20 hours a week while I'm at work. There's the Humane Society. They are right down the road. And I was thinking that you may enjoy a volunteer or job opportunity with them. And then there is the Barber Center, and that place, Barber National Institute. Yeah, it's huge, and there's jobs and volunteer opportunities there, with like volunteer opportunities with children. Like if you wanted to volunteer or work in a daycare a little bit, maybe, or yeah, I was kind of thinking that. I was kind of thinking too. The benefit of doing a little on daycare is or vacation, just you and me. Oh, she works here. You get free daycare. Or I almost guarantee it. So, yeah, because even if you're a volunteer, I was a volunteer. Taking care of the birds. Remember that? Yeah, and then COVID killed that volunteer, and I'll tell you that lady would do anything for Karen or I, and we were just volunteers for years. She wanted to hire Karen, but Karen flip flop through life. Oh, totally not interested in like she worked at home instead senior care, so that's like not like a nurse, but like, yeah, she did that for a while. And I told you all many times about the passing of her client. um, yeah, and then she got out of that. She really, I'm trying to think if, because I mean, went to a totally different line of work. Like, I think next might have been Maple Donuts, that she worked in a donut factory. We kind of entered the industrial um, workforce. Like, I encouraged her to, because it's just like everything that she went through. It's just like, gosh, your day sounds so crazy. It's like, wouldn't you be more comfortable just working in a shop? It's really quite monotonous, but because back at that time, I was just kind of a low level quality inspector. Um, but yeah, I was a lead inspector actually when she came. We worked at the same place for probably a year and a half, 2 years or something. We never got into fights really, because we didn't really disagree on much. But then, yeah, the fights would have to do with personal stuff. Always like intimacy. And the problem that we had, that I said that we went through our whole lives basically a sexless marriage for all intents and purposes. It's almost like I practiced romance, like I practiced, but never actually applied. Like, I'm new to this. Seriously. 15 years of a dead marriage. And I'll tell you right now, being with the wrong woman and kind of being weird, like I am, basically, it's almost like my gift went kind of like haywire. And it took all these odd turns and everything else like that. Like this story of my uncle, like I told you. So I don't know. It just, I am psychologically interesting, but harmless as a dove. But yeah, it's almost like I try to be somebody I wasn't with my ex. Liam, I don't think so because my body says it's time to fast for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm not hungry, so I'm not eating. I mean, babe, if I start to feel like weird or anything, oh yeah, I'll eat. Yeah, it's not that. I'm just kind of curious what's happening, so I'm kind of observing myself. Oh no, it's okay, Liam. And Liam, it's not a like yeah, I'm not like part of some religious system or something like that. Uh I am someone who is filled with the Holy Spirit often, and Lord, my Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ, and but yeah, I you know happen to be here in this situation. Oh, Liam, don't feel like no. I am probably quite different than you think that I might be. I'm a very on fire Christian, and I'm not. Yeah, yeah, you're cool. You're cool. Yeah. So there are actually three people here. Sydney is she's also logged into this channel. Okay, and this is the only way that we can talk because her mother stole all her phones, and so she can on the TV she can hit the like button and then hit it again for it to retract, and like so as she goes in and out of the room, that's the signal for that. And we are just living our lives on broadcast. So that's kind of what's going on. And so anytime you tune in, we could be on any subject really, like and this is just my life spilled out before you, and you know because it's like I told Sydney, you know, they say like when you have the truth, like shout it from the mountain. Well, the mountain was the only place that I could shout the truth, like and connect with my lover. Um So if I have to be on display before the whole world to like, a lot of this, I was told this would happen anyway. Why'd you reject me? Okay, like no, you're cool, bro, bro. It's like my favorite line of Will Ferrell. Okay, and it's a movie. Not even that many people know. It's called Semi Pro. Okay, and so he was the the star basketball player, like, and owner and manager of the Flint, Michigan Tropics. You know, this semi-pro basketball team, and oh my gosh, it's so funny. He's like, one rule, one rule. He's like, everybody love everybody. And then, like, anytime any fight was getting out of control, he would point to the wall, and he's like, what does that say? Everybody love everybody. He's like, everybody love everybody. Like, and then everybody would say it. Too weird for him. I'm Polish too, you know, like Janicki, of course, you know. I'm Polish. And it's with the hand gesture. Actually, that may be like part of the Slavic, because Frank Frankovich, I don't know that he's Polish. Like, I mean, he is a bit hand gestury, and you see other people who look like they have a similar facial. They're also hand gestury, you know. Well, it's like he looks like he could be one of my uncles or something, except he's short as hell. And my dad's family's pretty short, though. Frank lives in England. He's that one I told you about, that friend that paddles, and he's in England with his wife Sean. I don't really know what you're. I'm just trying to. So can you? Oh, well, no, not right now. I don't feel anything moving right now. It's like I need to get some painting done. I think that I will eat when because I don't know. If I'm not that hungry, then I just won't eat that much, you know, but I will eat. Yeah, I'll eat when I come back in. It's like sounds like what Sydney would say. Oh boy. Truth. But I do gotta paint. I may be able to play while I'm painting. What are you doing? Don't worry so much. Don't be judgmental of your own comments so much. Hi. Just kind of living my life on YouTube because my girlfriend, she's on the other end, signed into the channel when present, and Liam, what are you doing, bro? Chill. Do you know I smoke weed? You're not in a judgmental place. Yeah, and you don't have to erase it. I'm just like kind of having a laugh about it, like, no, man, be you here, because I'm just living my life, like I said, on here. And there are things that I need to get to, though. Painting. Yes. Babe, this is what I mean, though. I'm a little concerned because, like, I never feel like I want to go anywhere. I just feel like I want to. I want to be at home where I have this unlimited Wi-Fi. I got my baseball. I got my Sydney. I mean, if I didn't have to worry about money, so much, I would, because of course I would have the phone with unlimited data. So I would take you traveling and stay in hotels and live stream continuously, all that. Doing some boating. Not really depressed. It's that I'm linked. I'm linked here, locked in. Now it's me who's locked in. Was I speaking about myself when... No, I did say she's locked in. If you were locked into my brain, you were locked in. Which, ding, ding, ding. Oh. Confetti of love. But there is no reason for me to not go out there and begin this painting process. Because yesterday was the date of the inspector to return on or near after. I think that's how it's phrased. Oh, official. Which can look scary unless you actually sit down with the person. So I sat down with the lady. You remember when, I was like, township code violation, freaking out. And last year I really freaked out, but in this one, I was calming my ex down because she was freaking out because she got it, not me, because the title needed to be completed, the transfer, for me to drop paperwork off at the courthouse, and I never did it. And I knew I didn't do it either, and I knew why she had it. And I was just like, okay, calm down. I'm like, that got lost in the shuffle, and I'm sorry. And I do remember having to do that, and I don't recall that I went down, and I knew I didn't, but she was so angry. I knew what the problem was. And because when she said, Kane, your name, I'm like, oh, I'm like, there may be something that, I'm like, I'm remembering that. I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's almost just like I never thought that I. When did we do that? No. She was still here for a while, I think, but I literally was being lazy because I didn't want to go down to downtown. There's weird people down there. I got free parking when I went down because I did, of course, right after that, I went down there. I found that paperwork, and when I went down there, I got free parking because, yeah, somebody had put like a lot of time on a parking meter, and I'm always like, and that would be a good Mr. Bean episode too, because like he would be like ridiculous about it to the nth degree, like seeing what parking meter has time on it, so like him like scouting it out, like, well, fitting in a spot, like you're fitting in the spot that had all the time, like, yeah, that could be the start of that, like that one where he pushed his car like into place. That's when I commented on that back in the day in your country they didn't have a mirror on the passenger side. How weird is that? Just to be void of a mirror on that side, like, and for one thing, maybe the roads were narrower too, and it was more. Oh wait, no matter what, that's going to be on the side of the track. I don't know. I was telling you, like, I don't use it actually. I don't really have a purpose for it, but like, if you have a carload full of stuff and you can't look out the back window and out those side windows, yeah, then that's where it comes in handy. I hate that though. There's some pickup trucks in my country. Like, I mean, you're probably going to be really blown away by the size of some of these pickup trucks because, like, gasoline here, fuel, is it's cheap enough that some people really run some stuff that is like from back in the day that is like terrible on fuel mileage, like whatever fuel economy. There we go. Yeah, like, I mean, these things are like guzzlers. Um, I drove one. I think I told you about this. Justin bought a truck that was a 1980 Chevy Silverado. Is like, that's about as American as you can get. Like, this truck kind of like cried out America, you know. And so Justin let me rent that truck because, like, I forget, maybe something was going on with the car that I was renting from him, so he lent me this 1980 Chevy Silverado then, and that thing, wow, the price of gas, what it was at that time, I really don't recall, but I know it was so expensive to water that beast. And it would backfire. This thing was straight pipe, so there was no muffler. So, I mean, it was loud as hell. You sit there at the light and you want to like start like, you know, your foot's on the brake, you know, like, and you squeal tires. Justin's tires, he's always had money, like wheeling and dealing back in the day. I don't know. That's the words of our 6th grade homeroom teacher. All that wheeling and dealing. It was baseball cards. You know, like, and she was mad because he was kind of interruptive of the class in his sale of baseball cards and what he knew he could get out of people. And he knew I was looking for Colorado Rockies cards, and that they only became a team in 1993. So they couldn't be cards that were older than that, which are worth money now. How much? Not very much. No. Yeah, too many people and generations that time, you know, that kept them. So my collection, you know, for somebody my age and stuff to have his collection is pretty common. I still have my parents' baseball cards. My Colorado Rockies collection that I bought off of Justin, card by card. And then they had the cards that you could buy in the store, and you could flip it and see like what the first card, you know, what one of the cards in there was. Oh, like my brother and I, we were always flipping. Like everybody did it. It's so weird how that was a thing, you know, like. I kind of look back at the world that I grew up in, and I'm like, it's kind of strange. A lot of things, you know, looking back on it. All right, let's get to this painting, because I really shouldn't put this off anymore. I'm going to get my more comfortable shoes. We're not going to worry about the laptop battery. I'm just going to keep moving it around, because the laptop battery lasts like really long. So I plan to be at it maybe like now. You know what? You're close enough to bedtime. I should eat. And I'm going to check on you, of course. I was really thinking about like 10 signs of autism early. Like I was kind of thinking about that I was thinking about how you, you were diagnosed pretty late, I think, boy, that had been a tough journey until that diagnosis. Your early years. But yeah, I think you were 8 when you got everything really all squared away, like good, But yeah, up until then, that'd be terrible. But I think I should turn the AC on. But yeah, I'm gonna stay here, talking to you while you're still awake. I try not to stay up too late, but hobbies are kind of calling me a little bit. But yeah, spent lots of time together this weekend. I probably should get some kind of exercise. I was thinking about maybe going not too far away for a paddle. Maybe get. I'm a little concerned about myself. I just mean that I'm depressed. I'm quite okay on here with you, but I'm like, need to, need to work that out. Like, yeah. Yeah. Now I'm starting to sweat a little. I need to get these dishes caught up too. It's really behind. You pretty much doubled the time that it says on there to get it right. That you know what though? It's refrigerated temperature, not frozen. So 3 minutes, not 4. Being hot can kind of sap your appetite. Well, when I was at work, yeah, I was in short sleeves, but see, here's the thing, Fred sweat like he's just like all the time, and so evidently he set the temperature. Nobody said anything, did anything about it, or anything like that. But I was so bundled up in that, yeah, because when you'd see me, I was always, like back at that time, I was always bundled up. But now, Julie and I seem to be on the same thermostat. We like it like room temperature, and and I'm the kind of person who says, basically, room temperature is room temperature for a reason. Like, geez, stop turning that like way down and freezing me out. Like, and then they're like, "We'll just put more on," and it's like, what am I gonna do? Wear gloves? Like, part of what the problem is my fingers are like so cold, like, you know, and I got to type at a keyboard. Now that was Bev. Bev liked it. Like they called her the Ice Queen. And that was partially because you go in the office, you know, like in the quality office, and I mean it's like refrigerator temperature in there. You can like see your breath, like. Oh yeah, it's when I go to Fairview. Of course, she's at the temperature control when because even though I sort day shift, you know, like Saturday sometimes, not this weekend, but I found out that I could make time and a half. But for Pete's sakes, I gotta take a little break. I got most of the money that I'll need for my trip next month. Like I said, I need my parents to lend me the money for the airline ticket, but I believe that when I settle my account with Justin and grab the 200 that I put in there because it was the 5th paycheck of the month, and that's like a real blessing when there is a 5th paycheck of the month. Breakfast is done. Breakfast. It is breakfast food. Like, I just casually just said, breakfast is done. It's about bedtime. Yeah. I don't want to stay up too late because I spend a lot of time with you. All right. A little pepper in here. This is the perfect thing to eat right now. This is loaded in protein, 22 grams of protein. So, for whatever reason, my body says, I'm really just not hungry today. This is a perfect thing to eat. Is that muffin? Which I ate at like 9:30. So. Yeah, 8 hours. First thing that I've eaten in 8 hours. That's kind of unusual for me to go that long without eating. And that was a muffin. But, mind you, these are like magic muffins. They actually pretty much give you everything that you need. Yeah, because I was pretty stuffed. That was a particularly large muffin. I was like, oh, there's a good work day one. I threw it in. But yeah, when I packed my lunch, I expected to be hungry. I haven't drank much coffee today, really. But I had my 3 cups worth or so. Yeah. It's just been quite a few hours since I had that. So. This is Meat Lovers Breakfast by is it Jimmy Dean? Good brand. They make a lot of good products. They're kind of a good name and breakfast meats, especially. I like breakfast meats. Bacon, any kind of bacon. Cause I like turkey bacon too. Like yeah, and people do it because it's leaner, like it, the kind of fats and cholesterols that you get from like red meat are actually really good for you. And yeah, so like those people that cling to like turkey, that like fitness fanatics, they got it all wrong. Let me tell you what is actually good for you. No lie. It's this big greasy burger. It's grass fed, no hormones. Enjoy that greasy burger because it's actually good for you. Surprise! No kidding. Oh yeah. When I was in one institution, Clarion, when I went through my divorce, um, it was like probably a few days into my stay there at like Clarion Psychiatric Center. The nutritionist had me on her appointment, and so it was my turn to go see the nutritionist. The nutritionist says to me, she said, your diet, you're gluten free. I said, basically, yeah. And she's like, is that really necessary? And then like, she's like, your weight. She's like, you're practically underweight. And I said, oh no. I was like, that's just my genetics. I'm like a skinny beanpole, and I stay that way my whole life because my brothers are. We're almost same height and same like skinny to the same extent. But what's weird too though is that like I'm quite a bit heavier than my brothers. Is that I'm more muscular. Like they are really not, and it's not that I'm real muscular, but the thing is I'm so lean that yeah, and I'm lean, and I don't eat lean meat, but my muscles are really pronounced. But you put me like my strength versus another man, I'm rarely the strong one then, but I'm a lot more agile than like anybody else. Like I can go from a squat, pop up to my feet, and like jump around, kind because I have no arthritis anymore because I ditched the wheat. The wheat was causing arthritis pain in any area that I've had like an injury during kind of like inflammatory seasons and whatnot. They kind of would be a little painful in that spot where I got hurt, before or something. I never feel it anymore at all. That's the difference it made for me. I don't really even know how to explain why. Well, and actually my my mental health improved by giving up the wheat. And for another thing, my blood sugar can't handle it because I couldn't actually locate what was causing blood sugar crashes actually because it's wheat. The more wheat I ate, the more problems I had with like blood sugar crashes. Like coffee speeds up your metabolism, and it was always like, if I was eating wheat at any point through the week, actually, my coffee would almost seem like it caused the blood sugar crash. Because it happened after I drank coffee. But yeah, it speeds up your metabolism. Now I can drink coffee no problem and not have a blood sugar crash unless I know I do something stupid, and that's eating. It's like the worst thing. Cereal, actually. Yeah, even if it's gluten free, some of those cereals, like make my blood sugar crash bad. Corn flour, that really does it. My blood sugar does not like corn flour. Nothing. Nothing will make your blood sugar out of control faster than corn flour. But yet, I do eat it. Not very often. Usually in the form of Mexican. But I do like it, yeah, definitely. Doesn't have to be a rare occasion, It's like if I put enough meat in my, like I'm thinking Moe's. I think you probably have Moe's. Let me look. I'll look it up. Oh, wait, no. I just asked my phone. Moe's Mexican Grill. Yeah. They make the home wrecker. Perfect, right? I know. You gotta wonder what they mean. The home wrecker. I get the home wrecker bowl. It has chips in it, like corn chips. Okay. Yeah. Let me find out here. Are there Moe's restaurants in England? Moe's Grill. And then there's Moe's Peri Peri Grill. What? Moe's Peri Peri Burger. It's Peri Peri. I'm probably saying it totally wrong. There is a Moe's Grill, okay? So yeah, you know Moe's. Yeah. I like Moe's very much. I have not eaten Moe's in a very long time because I'm saving up money. I literally do not splurge at all to eat out. Like, I don't do it. I pack my food for the rafting trips. I stop by a Walmart, maybe throw some yogurts in a cooler. With trips, yeah, muffin. Of course, rye blueberry muffins. Put those in the cooler. And of course, I make those. And get this. Okay, so Rob, yeah, Rob. Okay, so I gave him a blueberry muffin, and he took it home. He was high. He was smoking, and he said, "Oh my gosh!" He said that was good. He's like his eyes were like big, like. So we may really have something here, a product, like stuff makes you poo. Rye is like the best thing. Neighbors, the window's totally open. I don't even know how loud I was, really. I have like no knowledge of my own volume sometimes. Because I feel like it's the two of us in the world, seems like, I won't ever run out of this funny stories, and I can really make you laugh. 15 years is not a short time, and when I talk about Karen, that's the thing. There's no reason to ever feel any kind of jealousy, because basically, if I'm trying to compare you. Our sexual differences were enough that I really did not. I didn't even really bond with her correctly. Like I didn't know it felt like I was practicing. Oh, I've always been very sexual. Most of that life I lived in the shadows, but very actively so, because I'm a very horny dude. When it comes to that, yeah, I'm so at home, I believe I need to close this window. AC's on. Yeah, I haven't had the AC on now. And we get more privacy. privacy from your neighbors. That's pretty important. Yeah. Probably a lot of them moved out because of me, because I'm so kooky. That's why. That's what I always kind of joke about, you know. And I was thinking, you're probably really thinking of Justin's son for the 10 early signs of autism. And I don't know. I feel really, 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 really honored. I told you that it sounded like he said something. And it was some comment about the food. And fry. I think he might have liked fry. Like, yeah. Which exactly how that came out. Like, why? He said, did you say that I was present? You know? And clearly he was very fascinated by me. Um, yes, Justin said, "This is your Uncle JJ." You know, probably at some point this weekend we'll take a ride out there to Justin's, and then maybe um, I was thinking rafting in Ohio somewhere. Boy, that would work out really well, actually. Uh, from his place to Cuyahoga probably isn't too terribly far. Cuyahoga River. Um, oh, that one in town section. I mean, it's not real exciting for me, you know, but it does have a little bit of excitement, and it's like in town, and get really good service there. uh, Kent, Ohio. Oh, and the river is absolutely gorgeous because you put in before it goes into town, and so that maybe mile stretch. It's not very far, not very long, but like yeah, that first mile is like pristine scenery, and yeah, there's a place because this is a pretty big river. There's a place that's famous, and it's called Brady's Leap. He was running in a skirmish with the Native Americans, and he was like forced to the river, and he actually leapt from one side to another. And it's called Brady's Leap, and it's like the narrowest part of the river. Um, and it's almost fascinating to look just how narrow. And it's not in rapids, but it flows really fast because all the water is concentrated together there, and like it's kind of really moving along. Um, but yeah, that section goes through there. Brady's Leap. It's very neat. But yeah, babe, make sure that when you are ready to be tucked in, I don't have any urge right now, and I don't know, babe. It's your bedtime. I'm thinking, you know, and Plus, I'm not dropping any surprises on anyone because everyone in the room is accounted for. Yeah, I am. But for Sydney's sake, because we do on the video calls all the time. Not trying to be shy. Sometimes when you don't really have to go, how we would turn each other on because the other one's horny. And you can always ask me, babe, because, yeah, my bowels belong to you. So, you can ask anything you want. Oh, I bet you I got a fart in me. I am whoever you are. Little nug. There's really not much gonna come out because, like, if you were watching my butthole, babe, just like we did when video call. Oh gosh. Turned me into like coma of ecstasy. We sit there so long. All that stuff in person is about to happen in that hotel room. No matter what stage we are in getting you ready to come over here. Because yeah, I'm just ready to do that no matter. Spend 5 days together. Who are you? I'm just like, if only you had some way, babe. But, well, kind of do with the search engine, but it's unpredictable. Okay, Louisa. You can be entertained all you want, but just know that I had a little nugget. But I am highly, highly, highly taken by my Sydney. Well, you might know what's going on anyway. I don't know if it would be a repeat story for you, but I can make this view a little bit better without. I'm not used to working with the laptop as much. As a phone on the toilet. See, that's like. We're good. Yeah, I was like, my hand. Well, Louisa, I'm glad that you did come on here though, because that I was just thinking about how much you would appreciate that, babe. And see, in the search engine, see it typed in the search engine, but and I'm just like, what am I doing? It's just like, too, when I started doing live streams, I was like, well, I guess I was a little timid in the beginning, but I really don't have anything going on in a minute. But I got to wait because I did have a little nug. So, little nugget. Spicy chicken nuggets. I'll do your spicy chicken nuggets. You believe that? I'm like, Rob, you pervert. It definitely sounds like some kind of scat reference. Beyond ones that are really crazy. I don't get it. It's like they're not excited by the normal, natural, like, they want it all over the place. A little poo in the butt crack is cute. All over the body. No. Like the messiest of poos. Like when you wipe, like as dirty as it naturally gets. Mm-hmm. You're a genius on pitching them off. You remember me commenting on that before? All right. That was fun. Look. It's being stubborn and slow. I'm trying to look at something here. I need to find my vape. Of course, that's missing. Might have left that in the bathroom. I see the sleeping angel. But yeah, I was hoping you'd signal me when you need to go to sleep. But I'm gonna tuck you in, and then I'm gonna keep it going for a while. So if you want to fall asleep to me painting, you can. But I need to take care of some business. not neglect. It's like, yeah, because I don't want to get moody. I can't show that. Louisa, listen. I am taken, but, like, and so many people in the world is so cruel, and like, I'm here on a special purpose. Okay, so part of that special purpose is to find people matches, and I am Sydney and I, like, we are largely going to be kind of public. Notice I show my face. Like, look at all those videos of men and women that don't show their faces, but here's my face. Like, my friends all know, my family doesn't. That's the hardest part, and I'm sure that's actually understandable. If you really think about it, that my family, that I haven't told them, but they suspect and all that. But anyway, Sydney, I know a slight amount of German. There was one fetish girl that she and I, well, actually, she only watched me poo. Actually, she was very shy, but she was from Austria, and so I picked up a little bit of German, but not much at all. But anyway, what the whole point of this long spiel is that we are going to have, like, if you wanted at the dating profile, we are going to be a free matchmaker service of people with a fetish. All right, I will do this for you. But actually, let me kind of rehearse it in my, because that way it doesn't sound too bad. All right. Ich mag die Welt, sie ist toll. Ich mag die Welt, sie ist toll. All right. There you go. Oh, babe. I want to connect a dream. I'll be asleep a lot of hours that you're asleep still. So, oh man, and write it down. Okay. Keep a dream journal. Okay. Check it out at the hotel. You read something to me? Or have me read it? Ich liebe dich. I know that one. I already tried, remember. I don't really have anything going on down there right now. Ich liebe dich. I remember that. Because my ex sister-in-laws took German, and yeah, I'm gonna keep the live stream on, baby, and I'm gonna paint. I'm gonna paint the shed, and I'll leave it running. I'll leave the light on for you, which is a famous quote by a hotel chain called Motel 6. Yeah, it's actually a hotel, and it's called Motel 6. But we'll leave the light on for you. That's their logo. I did try. I'm sorry, Louisa. I really don't have any right now. But I hope you enjoyed what I managed there. Great. Now I actually feel kind of hungry. I'll eat again when I come back in then. But I don't feel too hungry to work, and I need to get my ass working. Some things need to be done before the end of summer. A little bit here and there is good. Actually, sometimes I really get into it, but that's not a good time for that now. It's comfortable. Sam Stagg. I'm sorry you're sad. What's bothering you? Yeah, you didn't have to pretend to be a woman or anything. I'm just kind of here because my girlfriend, this is the only way that she can see me, and I'm sorry, it's just not a good time. Look back, there's tons of videos. I know live is extra special, but I have a ton of videos on there, and there are some hidden gems in the live streams too. But yeah, just make yourself at home there, and it's cool. Let's get my keys. My keys so I can open the shed. Yeah, I'm really doing it for my girlfriend, but like I said, I mean, I can't stop you. And if you're still there, babe, you went away. You know, you just want to help the world so much. Honestly, I think that was a really sad dude. Like, he thought he had to come in and pose as a woman, but then he wanted to be honest with me, and then I... And that right there, too, in his being honest, that his name is... what is it? Sam Stagg. Oh, yeah, it's like right there at the bottom. And I'm thinking, too, like, if you are drifting off, you'll watch it later. So I will just continue talking to you softly. Now I got my keys. Hey, Mike. Why are these return flights? Gosh, I could have